First of all, hi, Star Blue. Thanks for coming in. Gonna be lurking while I do housework? No worries. So, let's find out what everyone's up to now that Naraku's been defeated. Once again, really good attention to detail here. With how Kururugi wakes up here. You could hear the groaning and the absolute yawn when they wake up. In the English version, uh, they kind of kept a bit of the tired groaning when waking up, but then in the English version, they had Kurugi say, "What a good sleep." Before I get to what the translation result I got was, I do not like the wording in the English version because it just doesn't feel natural. Hearing someone wake up and say, "What a good sleep." If anything, it should have been rewritten to, "I slept really well," or something like that. "What a good sleep" just doesn't sound right at all. Now, from the Google Translate result, after Kurugi's yawn, according to the translation, is, "Wow, I slept well."
こんなのんびり寝たのはなんだか久しぶりだな。外もいい天気みたいだし。
Let's see. And then in the English version, Kurugi says, "It seems like forever since I've had a good sleep. And it looks like it's good weather today, too." While according to the Google Translate result, Kurugi says, "It's been a while since I've slept this leisurely. It looks like it looks like nice weather outside, too." Uh, I don't really have an issue with the translation result. I just think maybe as far as translating goes, I think I'd rewrite the first part a little bit too. It's been a while since I've had such a relaxing sleep. Or a relaxing rest. Either of those I think would work a little bit better. Coming out in English.
そっか。僕たち奈落を倒したんだ。
Let's see. And for here in the English version, Kurugi immediately goes into, "That's right, we destroyed Naraku." But from the translation, due to the presence of the ellipses, it takes Kurugi a little bit to realize, like, "All right, we did the thing." According to the Google Translate results, Kurugi says, "I see. We defeated Naraku." Which I do think, yeah, I think the IC either needs to be replaced with "That's right" or "Oh, right." And then keep the "We defeated Naraku" coming to the realization, like, hey, we accomplished our goal. And now, we can go look for the others.
あれ、みんなはどこへ。そうだ、うつぎを探さなくちゃ。
Here we go. In the English version, Kururugi says, "Hey, where is everybody?" "That's right. Where's Utsugi? We have to find Utsugi." Because there's still a little thread left undone right now. While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "Hey, where is everyone?" "That's right. Utsugi. I have to find Utsugi." So a little bit of a change here between the English version and the Japanese version based on the translation. The starting of, "Hey, where is everyone?" is the same, because Kururugi's like, "Wait, no one else is inside. Where are they?" But the English version, the next part for the English version, "That's right, where's Utsugi?" I'm a little iffy on, just because of the Japanese version having Kururugi say, "That's right, Utsugi," being a sense of Kururugi remembering, like, right, Utsugi is still out there somewhere. So the English version having Kururugi say, "Where's Utsugi?" I don't know, just doesn't sit too well with me. But then there's also a difference in the English version and the translation. The English version having, "We have to find Utsugi," Kururugi saying, pretty much inferring that the entire group needs to go find them. Whereas from the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "I have to find Utsugi." Granted, Google Translate has given me issues in that regard before, where instances like I, we, you, they get jumbled up. So it could be "we have to find Utsugi" instead of "I have to find Utsugi." But considering Utsugi is Kururugi's personal problem, it does feel a bit better for Kururugi to say, "I have to find Utsugi," especially with what's coming up in a bit.
あいつがきっと現代に帰る方法を知ってる。
Let's see. Then in the English version, Kururugi says, "Utsugi probably knows how I can get back to my time." Interestingly, though, the Japanese version doesn't have Utsugi's name here, so I don't know why the English version chose to have it. Because according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "I'm sure he knows how I can get back to the present." I'm just gonna double check the other translator real quick. Yeah. So, yeah, the translation being, "I'm sure he knows how I can get back to the present." Which, with Naraku dead, Utsugi really is the only other person Kururugi can go find and get this sorted out. But whether or not Utsugi will actually give answers, considering what happened the last time Kururugi tried to ask.
Kagome さん、あのさ。
And the first person we meet is Kagome. Well, let's see here. In the English version, Kururugi says, "Kagome?" While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi saying, "Kagome-san, you see, which to me does feel like a bit of a change, because the English version makes it seem like Kururugi's a bit confused at what Kagome's doing. But from the translation, having Kururugi say Kagome, you see, and then trail off, is Kururugi trying to get Kagome's attention to tell her that, hey, I'm going to be heading out because I need to find Utsugi, so this is going to be goodbye. But Kagome immediately shifts the conversation. Not that she knows what Kururugi was trying to say, she was just like, oh, it's you! Hey, look at this! In the English version, Kagome says, look, look! But from the Google Translate result, Kagome says, hey, look! And she's holding up.
Kimono? Kirei da ne.
She's holding up a pretty unique kimono. Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi says, oh, is that a kimono? It's beautiful. While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, oh, a kimono? It's pretty. I think I'd touch up the translation a little bit to either it's quite pretty or it looks beautiful. Let's see here. In the English version, Kagome says, isn't it? It was Kaede's when she was young. He let me borrow it. The Google Translate result, I do feel like needs another little touch-up, but the result it's giving me is, for Kagome, I guess, Grandma Kaede lent me the kimono she wore when she was young. So the issue I kind of have is Kagome starting with, I guess. I feel should be similar to the English versions, isn't it? Or it could be, I know, like, because she's showing it off, so instead of saying I guess to someone remarking that it looks really nice, I do feel Kagome should be like, I know, right? Otherwise the rest of it, the English version is pretty much just reworded it a little bit, or swapped the wording around, but either option seems fine.
Kaedeおばあちゃんそんな綺麗な着物も持ってたんだ。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi says, wow, she has such a beautiful kimono. But from the Google Translate results, Kururugi says, wow, Grandma Kaede had such a beautiful kimono. I mean, it's not entirely different between the English and Japanese here. The only noticeable difference is the English version using she has such a beautiful kimono versus the Japanese version's Grandma Kaede had such a beautiful kimono. Otherwise, I don't feel like there's anything different with that.
ちょっと意外よね。でも嬉しいな。
Alright. And then as far as the Japanese version is concerned, that starts with Kagome nodding in agreement. In the English version, Kagome says, I didn't expect this. That's so cool. According to the Google Translate result, after Kagome's nod of agreement, she says, "It's a bit surprising, but I'm happy."
かごめさん嬉しそう。
And now we have Kururugi's inner thoughts. In the English version, Kururugi's thoughts are, "Kagome looks so happy." While according to the Google Translate results, Kururugi says, "Kagome looks happy."
そうだよな。かごめさんは僕よりずっと前からこっちの世界にいるんだしね。
Let's see here. In the English version, Kururugi's thoughts continue with, "Kagome has been traveling in this world even longer than I." While according to... Uh-oh. Google Translate's giving me a weird one. Let's see. No, I need to check something first. Okay, no, that's apparently what it comes out as. All right. So, according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi's thoughts continue with, "That's right, Kagome-san. You've been here for a long time. Longer than I have. I'm in this world, after all." I don't know why the translation result here ends with Kururugi's thoughts being, "I'm in this world, after all." I feel like that's... I feel like that's misplaced, but if I take the first part that I'm perfectly fine with and just put that in, like, there's no discrepancy between what the entire translation result comes out as. Let's see. Yeah, I don't... let's see. The Deep L translation result really messes up the first part. The last bit, though, comes up as, "And we're on our side of the world," which I don't really get either, so... I'm not really getting that one. I might have to see about trying something else with it some other time. Like, I almost want to say that last one is supposed to be "We're from the same world, after all," or "We're not from this world, after all." I don't know. I don't know how to deal with that one.
そろそろ普通の女の子の生活に戻りたいよね。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi's thoughts conclude here with, "She must be looking forward to going back to her time." Okay. Hold on here. According to the Google Translate result for here, Kururugi's thoughts apparently are saying she must want to go back to being a normal girl soon. The Deep L translation result is a bit different, but gets the same point across, with Kagome wanting to go back to a normal girl's life. So that's a little interesting. So I do think then, from the previous one from Kururugi and how it ended, if I can get the damn thing back up on the translator. The I'm in this world after all either could be reworded to she's in this world after all, we're in this world after all, considering the Deep L translation result had... Oh, if I could get it back. Had... Oh. Okay, that's weird. The Deep L translation result is giving me something completely different now, and I don't know why. Okay, no, there we go. Right, the Deep L translation result, in place of Kururugi's I'm in this world after all, was giving and we're on our side of the world. So I don't know if it should be Kururugi saying we're in this world after all, referring to the both of them because they're not from this world, or she's in this world after all because the thoughts here and what continues next are focused on Kagome. Anyway, that does it for you. Kinmoku say, might not be able to stay the whole stream, but at least when I drop in and watch when I can. No problem.
InuYasha,
And now we've got InuYasha just kind of chopping firewood. Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi just asks InuYasha, almost sounding like he's confused why InuYasha's chopping firewood. But from the Google Translate result, it's a similar issue to when Kururugi was trying to talk to Kagome. Kururugi saying, InuYasha, you see, because, once again, Kururugi's trying to say, hey, I'm about to go out on my own, so this is going to be goodbye, because I still have to deal with Utsugi. And from InuYasha, in the English version, he says, hey, throw me that piece of wood. While according to the Google Translate result, he says, hey, throw that firewood. Nothing against the translation result here, but I do think the English version does come off a little bit better. I don't know. Like, I think either the English version or the translated result work fine. In the English version, Kururugi asks, what are you doing? While according to the translation result, Kururugi asks, what are you doing? So, nothing different between them here. Let's see. In the English version, InuYasha says, "Can't you see? I'm chopping wood." According to the Google Translate result, InuYasha's response is, "Can't you see? I'm chopping firewood." Which, considering the Japanese text ends in a period, not a question mark, I feel like that should be obvious. I'm chopping firewood. And InuYasha is using the Tetsaiga to cut firewood. I mean, why not? Why not? It's now a glorified wood-cutting axe.
ちょっとわからないかも。でも、犬夜叉が薪割りなんて珍しいね。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi says, "Wow, I'm surprised to see you doing that." According to the Google Translate result, though, Kururugi apparently says, "I might not understand, but it's unusual for InuYasha to chop firewood." Let's check the other translator real quick. Nothing worth noting. Okay.
楓ババアがよ、帰ってくるまでにここに並んでる薪を全部切っとけってうるせえんだよ。
Let's see here. In the English version, InuYasha says, "Kaede said I have to chop all the wood by the time she gets home." According to the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, "Old Lady Kaede is making a racket saying we should cut all the firewood lined up here before she comes back." I mean, that's a lot wordier than what the English version went with. But it's also in line with InuYasha saying that Kaede was making a racket because he doesn't get along with Kaede. Makes sense.
犬夜叉に頼むなんて、楓おばあちゃんも勇気あるな。
In the English version, Kururugi says, "Kaede sure got guts to ask you to do that." But from the Japanese version, Kururugi sounds a bit more amused at the implication here. From the Google Translate result, Kururugi apparently is saying, "Grandma Kaede, you're very brave to ask InuYasha for help." And I feel like that still fits.
楓ババアのやつ、みんなで働けばその分楽しむ時間も増えるとか。
Let's see. From the English version, InuYasha continues with, "Kaede said something like, if everyone works together, then there will be more time to play." While according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha saying, "Old Lady Kaede said if we all worked, we'd have more time to have fun."
妙なこと言いやがってよ。
Let's see, in the English version, InuYasha then remarks, or something stupid like that. Well, according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha concludes here with, "That's a strange thing to say." Considering the previous bit of dialogue for InuYasha ended with a comma to show that it was going to continue, I think this should translate to, or something strange like that. Which wouldn't be too different from the English versions or something stupid like that.
たく、俺はそんな暇じゃねえんだっつーの。
Let's see. In the English version, InuYasha then says, I really don't have time for this. While according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, seriously, I don't have that kind of time.
よし、次はそこの太いやつを一気に行くぜ。うらよ。
And then in the English version, InuYasha concludes here with, I'll do that big fat one now. Here I go! While according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, okay, I'll go for that thick one. Take this!
InuYasha、文句言いながらも楽しそうだな。
Let's see here. More of Kururugi's thoughts. In the English version, Kururugi's thoughts are, no matter what he says, it looks like he's having fun. While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi's thoughts are, InuYasha, even though he's complaining, he still looks like he's having fun.
そうか。InuYashaもとうとう居場所ができたんだね。
In the English version, Kururugi's thoughts continue with, InuYasha finally found a place to call home. While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi's thoughts continue with, I see. InuYasha finally has a place to call his own.
よかったね、InuYasha。
Then in the English version, Kururugi's thoughts conclude with, I'm glad for him. While the Google Translate result has Kururugi's thoughts conclude with, good for you, InuYasha. Let's see something real quick. Next up. In the English version, Shippo says, this is how you spin a top. Now do you get it? While according to the Google Translate result, Shippo says, how about this? This is how you spin the top. Okay, them calling Shippo Ni-chan is interesting, I'm gonna say. In the English version, the kid says, wow, that's cool! But according to the Google Translate result, according to the Google Translate result, apparently they're saying, wow, that's amazing, Shippo-san! But they very much said Ni-chan. So that should be... actually, hold on. Okay, the Deep L translation result has it as, wow, that's great, Brother Shippo! I actually don't know if I'd change the translation from the Google Translate result to be Brother Shippo or have it be Big Brother Shippo. I don't really know. Like, they use Nin-chan, which is for Big Brother. I'm honestly not sure. Let's see. In the English version, the other kid says, will you show us how to spin it too? While according to the Google Translate result, the other kid says, me too! Teach me how to spin it!
尻尾なんだか楽しそう。そうだよな。本当はまだ子供なんだもんな。
In the English version, Kururugi's inner thoughts are, Shippo looks like he's having fun. Come to think of it, Shippo is still just a kid. While according to the Google Translate results, Kururugi's thoughts are, Shippo looks like he's having fun. That's right. He's still a child, actually. And that does it there. Let's see. Right, this is where we have to go now. No sign of Moroku or Sango yet. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Did this finish already? No shot. Holy crap. Okay, it's time to harvest. I didn't think it would be ready yet because I haven't even hit 20 fights. So, we're gonna jump around a little bit. Let's see. Which one do I... Oh, where do I go in the English version? Oh, no. Because there was a point where I just kind of... No, it's not that one. Which one was it? Hold on, I need to find the mystery field event that this one's connected to. There we go. I think I found it. Okay! Let's watch this event then! I just wanted to check how far along it was. I didn't think it was ready, so it's not gonna force me. Oh, wait, what? Hold on. He says it's finally time to harvest. So why isn't it playing anything? Oh, is it because I don't have a party? Hold on. I've never had this before. Give me a sec. Seems to have grown into a strange crop. Right. So it should be an event. Because it didn't give me an item, so it has to be an event. Take a good rest. Take a closer look at the crop. But... Huh! I've never had this before. According to the translation here, I thought, you should tell your friends too. Isn't that good? Yes. Okay, so you need to have a full party in order to view these. Alright. I didn't know that. I thought it would have just been like, hey, here's the event. Let's see. When everyone is together, come again. Okay! Well, that's good to know. So now I need to go... Oh, boy. Let's see. I need to keep track of that timer. Where that is, so I can find it easier later. Okay. Well, I'll deal with that later. Oh, come on. Out of the way. Hi, Kikyo.
なんですと？それじゃ四魂の玉は。
In the English version, Kaede says, "What? What about the shard for the Shikon Jewel?" While according to the Google Translate result, Kaede is saying, "What is it? Then the Shikon Jewel is..." I think the first part could be reworded to, "What was that?" But... Yeah, okay, no, that is just straight up the Shikon Jewel, not the shard of the Shikon Jewel. So something happened with the Shikon Jewel. That, or the Japanese version just didn't specify a shard.
そう、奈落の四魂の玉を持ち去った者がいる。
Let's see. Let's see here. In the English version, Kikyo says someone took the shard that Naraku had. While according to the Google Translate result, Kikyo says, yes, someone has stolen the Shikon Jewel from Naraku. Again, the Japanese version doesn't specify the shards, they just say the Shikon Jewel. So, did Utsugi take the entire chunk of the Shikon Jewel that Naraku had? Did Naraku actually have his entire chunk with him when we defeated him, or what?
それで桔梗お姉様そのものとは。
Let's see. This makes things a little interesting. In the English version, Kaede says, "Do you know who that was, Kikyo?" While according to the Google Translate result, Kaede says, "So, big sister Kikyo, who is that person?"
うつぎという名の式神使いだ。
Okay, so they do say Shikigami... Shikigami Sky. Not Onmyoji, which... interesting, but alright. In the English version, Kaede says the name's Utsugi, a Shikigami master. While according to the Google Translate results, Kikyo responds with, he's a Shikigami user named Utsugi. So a little interesting that the English version puts a bit more emphasis on Utsugi by having Kikyo say that Utsugi is a Shikigami master. Which, coming from Kikyo, would be huge fucking accolades, because it's Kikyo acknowledging that, no, Utsugi is fucking powerful. But from the Google Translate result, Kikyo is just saying, like, Utsugi uses Shikigami. And that's really it.
うつぎ
And then from the English version, Kururugi reacts with, huh? Utsugi? Which is also what the Google Translate result comes up with. Hi again. Hey, InuYasha guy. What's up? Thanks for stopping by.
お前いたのか。
And Kururugi just ends up revealing themselves to Kaede and Kikyo. They weren't expecting anyone to be listening in. So, in the English version, Kikyo says, "Oh, you're here." While according to the Google Translate result, Kikyo says, "You were there?" Because again, they weren't expecting anyone else to be around to overhear them. So the Japanese version, Kikyo being surprised, is like, "Oh, someone overheard." But from the English version, it almost seems like Kikyo was not exactly expecting Kururugi, but it's more like, "Oh, this'll make things easier, because I was going to come looking for you next." But I don't think that would have been the case in the Japanese version.
キキョウツギが四魂の玉を取ったって本当？
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi says, "Kikyo, is it true that Utsugi took the shard of the Shikon jewel?" While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi asks Kikyo, "Is it true that Utsugi has taken the Shikon jewel?" Again, the Japanese version isn't specifying a shard of the Shikon jewel. So they seem to be implying that the full Shikon jewel that Naraku had, or almost full, is what Utsugi took. Not just a single shard. This will make things a little interesting a bit later, I feel.
何のためにウツギは？
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi continues with, "Why did he do that?" But from the Google Translate result, Kururugi just says, "Why, Utsugi?" I don't know if I'd stick with that. Let's try the other translator real quick. Okay. The Deep L translation result is a little broken, but it, instead of why, it starts with what is. So I almost wonder. I kind of want to keep the why to start, just to kind of line up with the English version. But I think for the translation, I'd have it be, why would Utsugi just... And then Kururugi's just trailing off, trying to think, why would Utsugi take Naraku's Shikon jewel? What possible use could Utsugi have for it? That feels like the thing, like something that Kururugi would have going in their head, learning that Utsugi has Naraku's Shikon jewel. Like, why? What use would he have for it?
それはわからない。ただ、おそらくお前も無関係ではないはず。
Rather than the English version just going full Kururugi asking, why would Utsugi have it? In the English version, Kikyo responds with, "I don't know why, but I think it has something to do with you." While according to the Google Translate result, Kikyo responds with, "I don't know about that, but I think you're probably not unrelated to this." So English version, Kikyo is giving a straight up answer, like, "I don't know why Utsugi took the shard of the Shikon jewel, but it probably has something to do with you." The Japanese version is would be Kikyo pretty much interrupting Kururugi's thoughts with, "I don't know why Utsugi would take the Shikon jewel, but for whatever reason, it probably has to involve you. Because Utsugi's been after you. So if Utsugi has the Shikon jewel, you have to be part of this in some way."
僕と？それは一体どういうこと？
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi asks, with me? How could that be? While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi asks, with me? What does that even mean? Like, again, Kururugi would know, like, Kururugi understands that Utsugi is after them. But they're not, what they're not understanding is, like, okay, so there's something between me and Utsugi, but what does the Shikon Jewel have to do with it? Why does that have to be involved?
お姉様、まさかそれを知らせに。
Oh, this is getting interesting from the translations. In the English version, Kaede asks, "Is that what you came to tell us?" While according to the Google Translate result, Kaede says, "Sister, surely that's what you came to tell us."
そうなのか、桔梗。
In the English version, Kururugi asks, "Is that why, Kikyo?" But from the Google Translate result, Kururugi asks, "Oh, is that so, Kikyo?"
お前のことは嫌いではない。
Kikyo's little smile there is interesting. It's like, you're a pretty sharp one. Interesting translation choice. From the English version, Kikyo responds with, "You're not half bad." Again, showing that she's a little impressed that Kururugi was able to clue in that Kikyo was going to look for Kururugi to say, like, hey, Utsugi's got the Shikon Jewel and is probably going to, and you're probably involved with whatever they're planning. So, keep an eye out. I don't know why it's translating to "I don't hate you." I almost want to go off of the English version's "You're not half bad" and have the translation end up being either "You're not too bad" or "That wasn't too bad." Being like, again, showing that she's impressed that Kururugi was able to come to the realization, even though Kaede was there to help get their thoughts along.
桔梗、ありがとう。
In the English version, Kururugi says, "Thank you, Kikyo." Which is also what the Google Translate result has. Alright.
Utsugi が四魂の玉を。
Let's see here. For Kururugi's thoughts, in the English version, he's saying Utsugi took the shard of the Shikon Jewel. But from the Google Translate results, Kururugi's thoughts are, Utsugi has the Shikon Jewel. Again, they're not saying shard of the Shikon Jewel, they're just saying flat out the Shikon Jewel. So again, in the Japanese version, did Naraku use his full chunk of the Shikon Jewel to transform, like he did in the original story, and then Utsugi took that whole chunk, or was it just a piece? the piece that we got from the first boss way early in the game. But I think this is a good point to take a quick break. And we're back. So, Mitsugi is apparently causing trouble with the Shikon Jewel. Let's see. Is it here I want first?
宇津木が仕込んの玉を。
Yep. Alright, one moment. Let's... I need to get the English version there. Alright. And there we go. In the English version, Kururugi's inner thoughts are, Mitsuki took the shard of the Shikon Jewel. While according to the Google Translate results, Kururugi's inner thoughts are, Mitsuki has the Shikon Jewel. Just pretty much repeating that fact in their head, like, this is going to be a problem.
桔梗は僕と無関係じゃないだろうって言ってた。
In the English version, Kururugi's thoughts continue with, Kikyo said it has something to do with me. While according to the Google Translate results, Kururugi's thoughts are, Kikyo said that it probably has something to do with me.
でも、もうみんなに頼るわけにはいかない。
In the English version, Kururugi's thoughts are, I can't depend on them anymore. While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi's thoughts are, but I can't rely on everyone anymore.
だったら、今度は僕一人で何とかしなくちゃ。
In the English version, Kururugi's thoughts here end with, I have to do this on my own. While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi's thoughts are, so, this time, I have to do it on my own. Kururugi thinking, like, the only reason they were helping Kururugi was because of Naraku's involvement, but now that Naraku's gone, like, they shouldn't have a reason to really help Kururugi, so... so they need to prove that they're strong enough to finish the journey on their own.
弥勒様。
I don't even need to translate that. That's just Kururugi calling out to Moroku. Probably surprised that Moroku's here, considering he wasn't when we woke up.
いやあ、おはようございます。
I'm sorry, did he just open up with a nya? I didn't think Moroku had that as a verbal tick. In the English version, Moroku just says, good morning. From the Google Translate results, Moroku says, hey, good morning.
何やってるの？
In the English version, Kururugi asks, what are you doing? Which is also what the Google Translate result comes out with, so no problem there.
ああ、荷物の整理をね。
In the English version, Moroku responds with, I'm organizing my stuff. While according to the Google Translate result, Moroku says, Oh, packing my things.
旅の間中、ろくに整理もせずに使っておりましたし。
In the English version, Moroku then says, I didn't have time to take care of my stuff while we were traveling. While according to the Google Translate result, Moroku says, I used it throughout the trip without really organizing it.
寺へ帰る時になって慌てるようではいけませんからな。
Let's see here. In the English version, Moroku then says, I don't want to rush just before I go back to the temple. While according to the Google Translate result, Moroku says, when it was time to return to the temple, When it was time to return to the temple, there's no point in being in a hurry. I feel like that needs to be reworded, but I'm going to check the other translator real quick. The Google Translate the Deep L translation result for Moroku comes out with, it was time to go back to the temple. We don't want to be in a panic. I think I definitely reword it to, when it comes time to return to the temple, I don't want to be in a hurry. Yeah, that seems to be the best I can come up with using what the result gives me.
お寺？
In the English version, Kururugi repeats the temple, while according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi asks, the temple?
ええ。奈落を倒したことですし、一度寺へ戻ってご先祖様に報告せねばと。
In the English version, Moroku says, since we have destroyed Naraku, I must now return to the temple and thank my ancestors. While according to the Google Translate result, Moroku says, well, now that we've defeated Naraku, I must return to the temple and report to my ancestors.
そうか、そうだよね。
In the English version, Kurugi just answers with, I see. While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi responds with, I see, that's true. Which I think instead of that's true, it should be that's right. As like Kururugi's like, oh, right. Buddhist monk. You've got certain things you need to do.
ところで、何か用事でも？
Let's see. In the English version, Moroku then says, did you need something? While according to the Google Translate result, Moroku asks, by the way, is there something I can help you with?
なんでもないよ。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi responds with, oh, no, it's nothing. While according to the Google Translate results, Kururugi just responds with, oh, nothing. I actually think I'd be fine with the... actually, hold on. Yeah, no, I actually think I'd go with the English version's result here.
そうだよな。奉仕様なんだし。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi's thoughts here are, that's right, he is a monk. While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi's thoughts are, that's true. He's a priest after all. Which, again, I reword to, that's right, he's a monk after all. So, pretty much the same thing with that the English version has, just add an after all at the end.
奈落を倒したらお寺に戻らないといけないんだよね。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi's thoughts continue with, he has to go back to the temple now that Naraku's been destroyed. From the Google Translate result, Kururugi's thoughts are apparently, once we've defeated Naraku, you have to go back to the temple. Although I think it should be, since we defeated Naraku, he has to go back to the temple. That just feels a little bit better to me. And then that does it for Moroku. There's only one person left to check on. And we pretty much check on them in the same order that not only were we introduced to them, although InuYasha and Kagome were flipped, but again, the same order that they pretty much appeared in and joined the team in the original story. But look at that. Sango is with Kohaku. In the English version, Sango just says, good morning. Which is also what the Google Translate result comes out with.
おはよう、サンゴさん。琥珀くんの具合はどう？
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi responds with, good morning, Sango. How is Kohaku doing? While according to the Google Translate results, Kururugi responds with, oh, good morning, Sango. How is Kohaku?
急には良くならないけど。
In the English version, Sango responds with, he's still regaining his strength. While according to the Google Translate results, Sango apparently says it won't get better anytime soon. Which I think should be he won't get better anytime soon. I'm just gonna double check. Okay, the Deep L translation result apparently has Sango saying, it's not going to come off suddenly, but... So... I am curious if the translation is referring to the full effect of Naraku's curse on Kohaku, or if it is supposed to be he won't get any better. Or he won't get better anytime soon.
楓ばあちゃんの話だと、とりあえず奈落の呪縛からは逃れられたみたいなんだ。
But since the translation did have Sango's dialogue end in a but with ellipses, in the English version she continues with, but according to what Kaede said, Naraku's spell has been completely dispelled. While according to the Google Translate result, Sango says, according to Grandma Kaede, it seems that for the time being we have escaped from Naraku's curse. So Kohaku is free.
あとは回復を待てって。
So I do think her starting translation result of it won't get better anytime soon is supposed to be he won't get better anytime soon because he's still recovering. But he is free. Which, once again, the original timeline is completely fucked. Because Kohaku is completely free of Naraku's curse and is in Kaede's village with Songo, unlike the original story. Yes, in the second movie, Kohaku was quote-unquote freed from Naraku's curse and stayed with Songo. But the problem there was the both of them primarily stayed in what was left of the Demon Slayer village, with a different location, and Kaede, who could probably help keep Kohaku safe for the time being, Kohaku is technically in a far better place than he was in the original story. So in the English version, Songo says, "Thank you. At least we were able to get rid of Naraku's spell." Actually, no, I think I jumped ahead a little bit. Yeah, I did. In the English version, what Songo actually says in this scene is, "Now we just have to wait for his full recovery." While according to the Google Translate result, Songo says, "Then we just wait for him to recover."
そうか。よかったね。
So yeah, Kohaku is completely free. He's in a perfectly safe place. All that's left is for him to recover his strength. In the English version, Kururugi responds with, "That's good." While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi responds with, "I see. That's good." I do think it could also be, "I see. I'm glad." Either of those is fine.
ありがとう。とにかく奈落から取り戻せたんだし。
In the English version, Songo says, "Thank you. At least we were able to get rid of Naraku's spell." From the Google Translate result, Songo says, "Thank you. Anyway, we managed to bring him back from Naraku."
今はゆっくりすることが大事だって。
In the English version, Songo continues with, "Now it's important for us to take it easy and recover our strength." While according to the Google Translate result, Songo says, "It's important to take it easy now."
ゆっくり休めば、きっと琥珀くんも元通りになるよ。
From the English version, Kururugi responds with, "If you take it easy, I'm sure Kohaku will get better again." While according to the Google Translate results, Kururugi says, "If you get some rest, I'm sure Kohaku-kun will be back to normal."
ところで何か用だったの？
In the English version, Songo responds with, "Did you need something?" While according to the Google Translate result, Songo says, "Yeah. By the way, was there something you needed?"
いや、用ってほどのことじゃないんだ。
See, in the English version, Kururugi responds with, "Oh, it's nothing." While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi's response is, "No, it's not really necessary."
琥珀くん、元気になれそうなんだ。よかった。
In the English version, Kururugi's inner thoughts are, "I'm so glad Kohaku is getting better." While according to the Google Translate results, Kururugi's thoughts are, Kohaku, it looks like you're feeling better. I'm glad.
そうか。
In the English version, Kururugi's thoughts here are, so, while according to Google Translate, it's, I see.
サンゴさんは願いが叶って琥珀くんと一緒に暮らせるようになるんだね。
Let's see here. In the English version, okay, so the full bit from the English version from Kururugi's thoughts are, so, Songo's wish has finally come true. Now she and Kohaku can live together again. While according to the Google Translate results, the full bit there is, I see. Songo's wish has come true. She'll be able to live with Kohaku. And that's everyone. So the only thing left to do is to go and look for Utsugi.
やはり一人で行くか。
In the English version, Kaede says, so, you're going alone? While according to the Google Translate result, Kaede asks, are you going to go alone after all?
みんな奈落を倒してやっと自分のことをしようとしてる。
In the English version, Kururugi answers with, yes, now that Naraku is destroyed, everybody can finally do what they want to do. While according to the Google Translate result, it starts with Kururugi saying, yeah, but again, that it's just supposed to be a sound of Kururugi nodding in confirmation. The rest of the translation is, everyone has defeated Naraku, and is finally able to do their own thing.
それに宇津木のことは僕の問題だから。
In the English version, Kururugi continues with, besides, Utsugi is my problem. Which is also what the Google Translate result has. Besides, Utsugi is my problem. I don't need to translate that, that's just Kaede sighing like, realizing that nothing she says is going to change Kururugi's mind or get him to reconsider. Which is also what they did in the English version. They didn't have her say anything.
大丈夫。僕これでもすごく強くなったんだよ。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi tries to reassure her with, don't worry, I'm much stronger now. While according to the Google Translate results, Kururugi says, it's okay, I've become so much stronger. For the start there, I'm actually perfectly okay with it being it's okay, but having it be don't worry also works just fine. With the rest of it continuing with, I've become so much stronger. Though that I could also take as being reworded to, I've gotten a lot stronger.
宇津木になんてもう負けない。
In the English version, Kururugi continues with, I won't let Utsugi get me. While according to the Google translation result, Kururugi's continuation is, I won't lose to Utsugi anymore. Really? When the last time you fought Utsugi, he completely bodied you in one shot? Okay.
それでお願いがあるんだ。
In the English version, Kururugi ends here with, I need to ask you a favor. While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, so, I have a favor to ask of you.
何かな？わしにできることなら。
In the English version, Kaede says, what is it? What can I do for you? While according to the Google Translate result, Kaede's response is, what? If there's anything I can do.
僕が村を出たこと、犬夜叉たちには話さないで。
In the English version, Kururugi says, please don't tell InuYasha and the others that I've left to search for Utsugi. While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, don't tell InuYasha and the others that I left the village.
話したらきっとみんなついてきちゃうから。
So a little interesting there, the English version having Kururugi say, don't tell them I'm looking for Utsugi, while the Japanese version is, don't tell them that I've left the village. Which, it's a very small village, and InuYasha has a good sense of smell. They're gonna find out you're not here at some point. In the English version, Kururugi continues with, oh, if I don't skip it, they'll probably try to follow me, so please don't tell them. While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, if you tell them, everyone will definitely follow me.
わかった。
Well, according to the Google Translate result, whoops. Jumping the gun on that one. In the English version, Kaede responds with a very wary, okay, if you're sure. From the Google Translate result, Kaede responds with, understood. Which I wouldn't be against having it be, I understand.
止めても無駄なようだな。行くがよい。
In the English version, Kaede then says, it doesn't look like I can stop you. Safe journey. While according to the Google Translate result, Kaede says, it seems there's no point in stopping you. Go ahead.
ありがとう、楓おばあちゃん。
In the English version, Kururugi responds with, thank you, Kaede. While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi responds with, thank you, Grandma Kaede.
その代わり、無事に戻ってくるのだぞ。
In the English version, Kaede responds with, please be sure to return to us unharmed. While according to the Google Translate result, Kaede says, in return, you must return safely. No issue with the translation result. I could also take it as, you must come back safely.
わかった。じゃあ行ってくるね。
In the English version, Kururugi responds with, I will. Bye for now. From the Google Translate results, Kururugi apparently responds with, yes, I understand. Well then, I'm off. Although, again, the start I take as just Kururugi nodding in agreement, like, to be like, yeah, I'll try to do as you ask. And then instead of I understand, I do think Kururugi would be a bit more of the type to say, got it. But then ending on, well then, I'm off. It's perfectly fine. I also wouldn't be against it being, well then, I'm leaving.
みんなじゃあね。
In the English version, Kururugi's thoughts going out to everyone are, goodbye everyone. While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi's thoughts are apparently, see you all. I also wouldn't mind it being, everyone. See ya. Or, see ya, everyone.
いろいろありがとう。
In the English version, Kururugi's thoughts conclude with, thank you for everything. Which is also what the Google Translate result ends on. And now, we gotta figure out where to start looking for Utsugi. How about the one place where, a lot of information is apparently supposed to gather, and where we first ran into him?
Utsugiの行方か。
Let's see. The English version, I need to get that where I need it. Huh. A little curious that this is Kururugi speaking out loud. I thought this would have been their inner thoughts, but alright. In the English version, Kururugi says, I wonder where Utsugi is. While according to the Google Translate results, Kururugi is apparently saying, what happened to Utsugi? I also wouldn't be against it being, where could Utsugi be? I'm just gonna double check something real quick. Yeah, the Deep L translation result has Kururugi saying the whereabouts of Utsugi, so I do think the translation would be better off as, where could Utsugi be?
カササギの町なら人も多いから何か聞けるかもしれないな。
In the English version, Kururugi continues with, there's a lot of people in Kasasagi town. Maybe someone there will know. I almost feel like this would more be something Kururugi says to themselves on their way, like before deciding to go to Kasasagi town, or on their way to Kasasagi town, rather than as soon as they arrive. But the game devs didn't know how to program it without it being like, oh, we need to load them into a scene for that, so whatever. According to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, there are a lot of people in Kasasagi town, so maybe I can hear something.
Oh, あんたじゃあんたじゃ探しておったんじゃ。
Let's see. In the English version, the headman calls out, oh, it's you! I was looking for you. From the Google Translate result, considering that long-held is more like, oh, so this is where you were. According to the Google Translate result, the headman is saying, oh, it's you. I've been looking for you. which not too different from the English version, but again, just the holding of the like being a little surprised to come across Utsugi or Kururugi all of a sudden is like, oh, I was looking for you. I wasn't expecting to come across you here. So, like, if you've been looking for Kururugi, did you even try looking beyond the town?
庄屋様、無事だったんだね。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi says, Headman, you got back safely, referring to the incident at the castle town. Because it's been a while. It's been like over 2 months. According to the Google Translate result, Kururugi responds with, Sir, you were safe. I do think it would be fine for it to be Headman, you were safe. I think, I don't know.
城ではすまんかった。お前も無事でよかったよかった。
Yeah, it's been like 2, maybe 2.5 months since then. In the English version, the headman says, Yes, I'm sorry for what happened at the castle. I'm glad you're safe. While according to the Google Translate results, his response is, I'm sorry about what happened at the castle. I'm glad you're safe too. So it's not too different from the English version.
それで何かご用ですか?
In the English version, Kururugi then asks, So why were you looking for me? While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi asks, So is there something you need? Oh, one moment. Sorry about that. Had to respond to a message.
おお、そうじゃった。実は妖怪退治を頼みたいんじゃよ。
Alright. In the English version, the headman says, Oh, yes. I was wondering if you could kill some demons for me. While according to the Google Translate result, the headman says, Oh, that's right. Actually, I want to ask you to exterminate the yokai. Could probably be exterminate some yokai.
妖怪? それは一体どういうこと?
Like, there's definitely a noticeable difference here. Kururugi's just like, oh shit, yokai causing trouble? But in the English version, they just make Kururugi sound so casual about it, like, demons? Where are they? Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi responds with demons. What is this about? Like, there's no hint of Kururugi being surprised or anything. Just more like, can you give me details? Well, according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi asks, Yokai? What on earth does that mean? Oh, sorry. Sorry, just one moment. Sorry about that. I'll try and interpret the translation results. I did say what it was. Was Kururugi asking, yokai? What on earth does that mean? I think it could be reworded to yokai. What's going on?
実はな、山道に恐ろしい妖怪が出とるんじゃ。
In the English version, the headman responds with, well, there's a very fearsome demon in the mountains. While according to the Google Translate results, the headman responds with, well, actually, there's a terrifying yokai that appeared on the mountains.
ここのところ、この辺も平和になってな。そんな話は聞かなかったんじゃが。
Sorry, I misspoke on that last one. It's supposed to be, there's a terrifying yokai that appeared on the mountain path. Let's see here. In the English version, the headman continues with, until recently, it's been peaceful around here, and there haven't been any demons for some time. And there's another interesting typo in the English version. They forgot to put the E in haven't, and I only just noticed. According to the Google Translate result, the headman continues with, things have been pretty peaceful around here lately, so I haven't heard anything like that before.
そう。
In the English version, Kururugi questions the headman with, really? While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi's response is, I see, and ending on an ellipses, and it's making it seem more like Kururugi is thinking about what to do about the situation, because they're on their own. But you could see it as like, this could be my chance to actually test my power on my own. If I can resolve this, then I should be fine looking for Utsugi.
うつぎの話じゃないんだ。期待したわけじゃなかったけど。
In the English version, Kururugi's inner thoughts are, so, he's not talking about Utsugi. It would have been too much to hope for. While according to the Google Translate results, Kururugi's inner thoughts are apparently, he's not talking about Utsugi. I wasn't expecting it. I'm going to try the other translator. See if I get something else for that last one. Nope, exact same result as the Google Translate result, so I'm gonna stick with that then.
でも、庄屋様困ってるみたいだし、やってみようかな。
In the English version, Kururugi's thoughts continue with, but the headman seems really concerned. I guess I can lend him a hand. While according to the Google Translate result has Kururugi's thoughts continue with, however, since it seems like the village headman is in trouble, I think I'll give it a try. Which gives a different characterization to Kururugi here. In the English version, Kururugi is thinking, the headman seems really concerned about this about this demon causing issues. I guess I can lend him a hand. For the English version, Kururugi would rather go looking for Utsugi than deal with this. But he's being like, fine, I guess I'll help. But from the Japanese version, Kururugi's thoughts are, since the village headman is having trouble with this, I think I'll give this a shot. Being like, okay, I know Utsugi is my priority, but I do feel like I owe this guy a favor since he helped us get into the castle so we could find Naraku to begin with. So I should help him. And again, going back to what I said, Kururugi being like, if I can take care of this yokai that's causing trouble by myself, then I think I should be fine looking for Utsugi without the others.
一人でどこまでできるかも確かめたいし。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi's thoughts conclude with, "This will be a test to see how powerful I've become." While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi's thoughts conclude with, "I want to see how far I can go on my own."
わかった。じゃあやってみるよ。
So, yeah, if, like, Kururugi going after this yokai for the headman, it's a test to see if of how strong they've really become, if they can handle stuff on their own. In the English version, Kururugi says, "Okay, I'll help you." While according to the Google Translate results, Kururugi says, "Okay then, I'll give it a try."
おお、引き受けてくれるか。
In the English version, the headman responds with, "You'll do it?" And for whatever reason in the English version sounds a little confused by it, almost like, wait, but you're on your own. Are you sure you can do this? But from the Japanese version, he sounds much more excited, like, "Oh, will you accept it?" Which, that is what the Google Translate result comes out as, but I think I'd reword it to, "Oh, I'm glad you'll accept," or "I'm glad you accepted."
お前さんに引き受けてもらえるならもう安心じゃ。
Just kind of going like, finally someone will take care of that damn thing in the mountains. In the English version, the headman continues with, "I already feel better knowing you're going to go after that demon." While according to the Google Translate result, the headman says, "If you can take it on, then I'll be fine." Considering what all is there, I feel like that's not enough from the translation, so let's check the other one. Nope, pretty much the same result, so alright then.
よかったよかった。
Now this also got a little weird in the English version. In the English version, he says, "Good. Good." Almost like he is trying to manipulate Kururugi or something, or like he's trying to hide something. But from the Japanese version, it does sound a bit more like he's feeling more relaxed that someone's taking care of this problem. The Google Translate result is still good, good. So no problem from the translation of the word of what's being said. The issue was how it was being said.
じゃあ退治したら庄屋様の家へ行くから。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi says, "Once I've destroyed the demon, I'll return to your house." While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "Once I get rid of them, I'll go to the village headman's house." I do think I'd swap out house for home. Or estate, probably? Because it is a bigger building than everything else in the town, so I think estate would be fine enough to call it. Also, in place of once I get rid of them, I think it could also be once I've exterminated them, since the English version went with once I've destroyed the demon, could also work just fine. Well, now it's off to the mountains to hunt down this yokai. And interestingly enough, it's in the path to Minamo Village. But I think this is a good time, or a good spot to take a quick break, because there's going to be a fair bit coming up in the next area regarding that yokai we have to fight. So, we're going to take a quick break. Alright. This is what the Mystic Charm is for! Because there are enemies that can show up here with the ability to instant kill. And if you're here with just... And since you only have Kururugi here, if Kururugi goes down, that's game over. The Mystic Charm prevents instant death. It is the only way to safely get through here. How am I not getting into any fights? This is super weird. This is super weird. That was weird. I usually get like at least 2 or 3 fights on my way here. What the hell? That was bizarre. Anyway, since I don't need it anymore for here, which one were you? This one, I think. I'm just gonna find something to swap this out with. Protection from instant death attacks, right? Can't get rid of you. I wouldn't mind something that boosts my attack and defense, but I think I want something that boosts my speed. That's spirit. Oh. Speed by 5. Ooh, yeah. Give me that. That'll come in handy. So, I've got boost in spirit, boost in speed, and boost in attack and defense. I am golden. Now, let's get this fight underway, shall we? I honestly shouldn't need to translate this, though. It's just Kururugi being taken by surprise at this little thing just suddenly coming out of nowhere. Oh, I like that voice on you. I very much like that voice on you with the reverb effect. In the English version, this little guy, by the name of Jimuguri, which apparently his name translates to Earth Crawler. Alright. In the English version, he says, something tasty is coming this way. Well, according to the Google Translate result, he says, something precious has arrived. the Gmail translation result is completely broken. I wouldn't be against the something precious has arrived because it gives an interesting implication, but I think it could also be something tasty or something delicious. Having it be something tasty would line up a bit closer with the English version, but we'll see.
お前が庄屋様を困らせてる妖怪だな。
Let's see here. In the English version, Kururugi says, "So, you're the demon that the headman is worried about." And in the English version, Kururugi sounds very arrogant, I want to say. But from the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "You're the yokai that's causing trouble for the village headman." It sounds more like he's ready to throw down. Like, oh, so you're the one that's been causing issues. Alright, I'm gonna put you in the dirt.
獲物はお前の方だ。覚悟しろ。
Oh yeah, like, in Japanese version, Kururugi's very much like, okay, I'm gonna absolutely, I'm ready to try and put you in the ground. English version is just like, really? You're the thing that's been causing issues? Alright. In the English version, Kururugi says, "Well, I'm not on the menu. Are you ready to die?" According to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "You are the prey. Take care." I feel like that very much needs to be reworded. Yeah, I think... I think it should be reworded to, "This time you're the prey." And then end with... "Say goodbye!" I don't know. That's probably the closest I could come up with for it. That could make any kind of sense.
血だ、お前の血をくれ。
Jimuguri, you are such a cornerstone to this game's story, I swear. In the English version, Jimuguri just laughs and says, "I want your blood. Give me your blood." While according to the Google Translate result, after his little laugh, Jimuguri says, "Blood. Give me your blood."
嘘だろ？変化した。
And it suddenly got bigger. Uh-oh. In the English version, Kururugi's response is, "What? Did it transform?" While according to the Google Translate results, Kururugi's response actually got extended. According to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "You've gotta be kidding me. Did it change?" Honestly, looking at the characters, I think the more accurate translation would be, "You're kidding. It transformed?" But I do kind of like what the translation result is giving me. With Kururugi going, "You've got to be kidding me." Although I do think the "did it change" to "did it transform" works just because they used henshin, which, granted, could mean change or transform. Same context.
久しぶりの獲物だ。死ね。
Let's see. Let's see. In the English version, Jimoguri says, "It's been a while since I've had something to eat." Die! According to the Google Translate result, Jimoguri says, "It's been a while since I last saw you. Die!" I do feel like that was a flub. Unless they're trying to run with, "Oh, you look like Utsugi." Huh. One moment. Let's see. Let's try putting this in. Okay, putting the specific last portion in translates to it's an animal, so I think it should be... Yeah, no, I actually do think the English version is perfectly fine here. It's been a while since I've had something to eat. Or probably seen something, like seen something tasty or something, I don't know. Like, it sure as hell can't be since I last saw you. That just doesn't make any sense. And immediately into the fight. Well, nothing to really do except just slam it with raging flames. Oh, I could be so stupid right now and unleash the light of judgment and just terminate myself as well, but if it does somehow kill him, I don't know what would happen if I go down too. So I'm not gonna try. If this thing can just somehow do a substantial amount of damage to me, please, hit me really hard. God damn it. You know what? I'm gonna try it. If it does more than 200 and, if it does more than 212 damage, then good. Otherwise, nope! Not worth using yet. Got it. Like, do I need to be at under 50% health for it to actually start doing good damage? Ugh. That's unfortunate. And he's gone. that wasn't too
まあ
difficult.
こんな感じだろう。
Let's see. I'm actually a little curious what this says, because I don't know if I translated this before. Let's see. According to the translation... Kururugi says, well, it's like this. I think that is supposed to be what the English version turned into. Well, now, I guess that's the way it's done. Alright. Oh, nice! Actually got a level out of that. Not that it means anything at this point. And of course, that sigh from Kururugi is not present in the English version, but it adds so much extra detail. In the English version, Kururugi says, I thought it was just a little demon, but it was surprisingly strong. While according to the Google Translate results, Kururugi says, I thought he was just a weak yokai, but he was strangely strong. He barely got you under 25%. Uh-oh.
なんだこれ。なんなんだよ。
In the English version, Kururugi says, what was that? From the Google Translate result, Kururugi is apparently reacting with, huh? What is this? What the hell is this? No, completely taken by surprise and terrified because I thought I killed you! What are you doing back and bigger? In the English version, Jimuguri says, haha, blood! It's been a while since I've drank blood! While according to the Google Translate result, Jimuguri laughs, blood! It's been a long time since I've had blood!
嘘だろ。死んだんじゃなかったのか。
In the English version, Kururugi says, I thought I killed you! While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, you've got to be kidding me! I thought he was dead! Or it could also be, I thought you were dead! Although, considering the Japanese text ends on an exclamation point and a question mark, I do think it could be... Actually, yeah, I think it could be, you've got to be kidding me. Didn't I just kill you? Or it could be, no way! Didn't I just kill you? In the English version, Jimuguri calls out, blood! I will drink your blood! While from the Google Translate result, he says, blood! Let me see your blood! Round 2. We actually missed! Ha! I've never had that happen before! But, you know, since you came back even stronger, let's just go for it. You're supposed to lose this fight.
我が祈りに耳を傾けよ。
That is the light of
マ
judgment.
ジかよ。
No damage! Our strongest attack did nothing! What a first display!
もうダメだ。やっぱり僕一人じゃ無理なのか。
In the English version, Kururugi says, "It's no good. I can't do this on my own." While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "It is hopeless. Surely I can't do it alone." I do think it can be reworded to... let's see. Let's check the other translator real quick. Okay. Okay, the Deep L translation result is having Kururugi apparently say, "I can't take it anymore. I can't do it alone, can I?" Which I feel is a little bit better. For the first part, though, I do feel like it could be no more. But the "I can't do it alone, can I?" does work. I'd probably extend a little with can I really not do it alone? Or it could also be, am I really not strong enough? Or I really can't do it alone, can I? No, I do think I prefer... Am I really not able to do this alone? In the English version, after his little laugh, Jimaguri just chants, "Blood! Blood!" Which is also what the Google Translate result has, so no problem there. But...
こんなところで死にたくないよ。
not yet. Huh. I honestly thought this would have been Kururugi's inner thoughts, not trying to speak out loud, but... technically, he's not really speaking to anybody, so... let's see, in the English version, Kururugi says, "I don't want to die here." While, according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, I don't want to die in a place like this!
Coming
to our rescue once again. In the English version, InuYasha says, "How could you let such a pathetic demon beat you, you silly thing?" I still find it really weird that InuYasha says "silly thing." It just doesn't sit right for his character. From the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, "Losing to such a weakling? You're such a loser." Which is a bit more in line with him, but I do think coming from InuYasha, I do think it would be a bit better for him to say, "You're so pathetic."
犬夜叉
I wonder what track is going to play here in the Japanese version, considering what track plays here in the English version. In the English version, Kururugi reacts with, "Huh? InuYasha?" Which is also what the Google Translate result comes out with. Oh, hell yeah!
まったく素直じゃないの。声もかけずに言ってしまうんじゃからな。
Makes sense! Big epic moment! Because it's everyone to the rescue. In the English version, Shippo says, "Why didn't you tell us? You just left without telling us where you were going." While according to the Google Translate result, Shippo says, "You're not being honest at all. You just walked away without even saying a word."
そうよ。うつぎを探す旅に出るなら行ってくれなきゃ。
In the English version, Kagome says, "Really? You should have told us that you were going to look for..." That's me trying that again. In the English version, Kagome says, "Really? You should have told us that you were going to go looking for Utsugi." While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, "Yes, if you're going on a journey to find Utsugi, you have to tell me." Which I do think could be reworded as, "That's right, if you're going on a journey to find Utsugi, you have to tell me, or you have to tell us." Having it be "you have to tell us" makes a bit more sense. Though if you want to have this stick as a Kagome route thing, having the translation be "you have to tell me" would be a thing of Kagome being like, "Hey, you should let me know so I can be there for you." I don't know, that's just kind of what I'm reading out of the translation, even though that's probably not it.
かごめさん尻尾も
I don't need to translate that. Kururugi just saying Kagome and Shippo's names.
So でなくとも一人旅は危険が過ぎますしね。
In the English version, Moroku says, "Yes, it's too dangerous for you to go traveling on your own." While according to the Google Translate result, Moroku says, even if that wasn't the case, traveling alone is too dangerous.
腕のいい退治屋を雇う気はない？今ならお代はいらないよ。
In the English version, I actually do really like Sango's line here. Because in the English version, Sango says, "Do you want to hire a good demon slayer? I'll help you for free." According to the Google Translate result, Sango asks, "Want to hire a good exterminator? Right now? No charge."
弥勒様サンゴさんみんな
I don't need to translate that. That's just Kururugi saying, "Moroku, Sango, everyone."
楓おばあちゃんに聞いて飛んできたのよ。
In the English version, Kagome says, we came as soon as we heard from Kaede." While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, "I heard about it from Grandma Kaede and flew over here." Which I think is supposed to be "we heard about it from Grandma Kaede." Flew over here could also be rushed over here. But flew over here technically works because I think that's supposed to be a Japanese culture thing with wording. I don't know.
おっと、話はこいつらを片付けてからにしようぜ。
In the English version, InuYasha says, "Stop jabbering. We'll talk after we take care of this." While according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, "Let's talk after we get rid of this guy." Round 3. And you still missed on your first attack, you bozo! But, let's see. This should be all energy, right? It should be. Yep, fully recover energy. Good. Give. Alright, let's just open up big. Wait, right, no, that's special, not co-op. Whoop. There we go. Go big or go home. Good damage?
行くわよ。
わかった。万物に宿るあまたの力を借りて。行け、式神。
行くわよ。行け。
やったぞ。
いい腕してるな。来い。
If that somehow did kill in 2 hits, I would have been incredibly surprised.
行くよ。開いこ。いや。これでとどめだ。よし。
行きますよ。くらえ。
Okay, Shippo.
ほら本気じゃぞ。潰しごめ。
はい。燃え盛る炎よ。怒りの刃となれ。どうだ。
へえ、やるじゃねえか。しゃあ。くらえ。もらった。
And there we go.
俺たちとやり合うなんて10年早えぜ。
$3,092, alright.
ありがとう、みんな。
Hold on, just need to get the English version in place. There we go. In the English version, Kururugi says, everyone, thank you. While according to the Google Translate results, Kururugi says, thank you, everyone.
もうお礼なんて言わなくていいわよ。仲間じゃない。
Kagome starting with that mole almost feels like she's pouting a little bit, pretending to be upset with Kururugi. In the English version, Kagome says, come on, you don't have to thank us. We're a team. What? Google Translate what? Okay, both translation results are a little weird. So, verbatim, Google Translate has Kagome saying, come on, you don't need to thank me. We're not friends anymore. I don't know why it came out with, we're not friends anymore. But I also don't know if this is a difference due to a Kagome route, because I don't know if there's a difference in, like, how much more is different in the routes in the Japanese version. Because if there is further difference, then Kagome saying this, you don't need to thank me, we're not friends anymore, makes it feel like Kagome saying, you don't need to thank me, we're more than friends. Because, again, romance route. But I'm pretty sure the actual translation should be, you don't need to thank us, we're friends after all. I'm pretty sure that's what it should be. I'm pretty sure the Google Translate just fucked up. The Deep L translation result doesn't come out with anything better. It does still have Kagome saying, you don't have to thank me. Again, for some reason, saying, thank me, which has Kagome making it more personal. But then it ends on, I'm not one of them, which doesn't make sense. So, again, either the Google translation result is accurate, because in the Japanese version there are further differences in the routes, and it's taking into account that you're on Kagome's romance route, and she's implying that you and her are more than friends at this point. Or Google Translate just fucked up, and it's supposed to be, we're friends after all, because the English version has Kagome say we're a team. That's the only way it can make sense to me.
でも奈落を倒してみんなやっと自由になれたのに。
In the English version, Kururugi continues with, but since we destroyed Naraku, you're finally free to do what you want. While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, but after defeating Naraku, everyone was finally free.
それなのにどうして?
In the English version, Kururugi concludes here with, so why? While according to the Google Translate results, Kururugi questions, but why? Which I think I'd be willing to change it to, so then why? Because, again, Kururugi's thoughts are... Your thoughts were... Your guys' whole thing was dealing with Naraku. And Naraku's gone now, so you're free to... Like, you can go do whatever else it is you wanted. So why would you come help me?
そんなことに理由なんてあっかよ。
In the English version, InuYasha says, does there have to be a reason? While according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha responds with, what reason could there be for something like that?
そうじゃ。手伝いたいから来とるんじゃ。
In the English version, Shippo responds with, right, we're helping you because we want to. While according to the Google Translate result, Shippo says, that's right, I'm here because I want to help. Which I think could be, we're here because we want to help. Again, Google Translate has that weird issue with words sometimes.
自由というのはそういうものですからな。
In the English version, Moroku says, that's what it means to be free. While according to the Google Translate result, Moroku says, that's what freedom is all about.
みんな
I don't need to translate that, that's just Kururugi saying, everyone, being completely surprised that they'd go out of their way to help them.
ありがとう。
And then just being thankful.
それにしてもこの妖怪たち見かけによらず手強かったですな。
Let's see here. In the English version, Moroku says, anyway, these demons are stronger than they look. Which I do think was a miswording on the English version's part. Considering it was just Jimaguri, I think it should have been anyway. This demon was stronger than it looked. According to the Google Translate result, Moroku says, even so, these yokai were much tougher than they looked. Again, I do think it should be, this yokai was much tougher than it looked.
ああ、それにこの妖怪の匂い、どこかで。
Now, granted, the reason for this is once you've defeated Naraku at Asagiri Island, the yokai in certain areas are made stronger, with the path to Minamo being one of them, since it's like the last place you can run into random encounters before Asagiri Island. In the English version, InuYasha says, and its scent is familiar. While according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha is apparently saying, yeah, and this yokai smell somewhere. I don't know if that should be somewhere. No, it should be. It apparently is. Somewhere. And he has a pause.
そうだ、奈落だ。こいつらかすかにだが奈落の匂いがするぜ。
Okay, no, I know why they had somewhere there in the translation, because InuYasha was being like, I know this scent from somewhere. In the English version, InuYasha just flatly states, it's Naraku. Only very faintly, but this demon smells like Naraku. While, according to the Google Translate result, given that brief pause, you could imply InuYasha took a closer smell of the yokai's body, because according to the Google Translate, InuYasha says, that's right, it's Naraku. This thing smells faintly of Naraku. And we'll find out why, because it turns into Naraku's tentacles.
何かが出てきたぞ。
In the English version, Shippo calls out, "Something's coming out of it!" While according to the Google Translate result, Shippo says, "What? Something has come out!"
これって奈落の体の一部だったってこと？
And then they quickly rot away. So, aside from Kururugi going off on their own, like, to test themselves, it was also a very sneaky way to get Moroku out of the party to avoid you from being tempted to use the wind tunnel. Because they haven't programmed a thing to hide the usability of the wind tunnel. So if you did have Moroku in your party between leaving Kaede's village and here, he could still use the wind tunnel. Which Moroku can only use if Naraku's still around. But they're supposed to be playing with the idea that Naraku's dead, so Moroku shouldn't have the wind tunnel. But unlike the movie, where Moroku was in severe pain as the wind tunnel came back, there's nothing here. So that's one thing that just feels really weird. But considering Moroku technically has access to the wind tunnel in that fight, assumption being that Moroku had that string of pain before they all came looking for Kururugi. Who knows? Anyway, in the English version, Songo says, "Does that mean this was a part of Naraku's body?" While according to the Google Translate result, Songo says, "This is... So it was a part of Naraku's body?"
そうだわ。この感じ、間違いない。
In the English version, Kagome says, "Yes, definitely." While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, "That's right. This feeling is unmistakable." Instead of "that's right," I do think it could... I do think I'd also go with "seems so," but then keep the "this feeling is unmistakable."
でも奈落は僕たちが
In the English version, Kururugi says, "But we destroyed Naraku." The Google translation result is a little broken because of what Kururugi says in Japanese, with the translation result coming out as, "But Naraku is us." And the Deep L translation is broken even more. So honestly, I would go with the English version as a replacement, because otherwise I don't see how any translation out of this could make sense.
奈落の一部が生きているということは
In the English version, Moroku says, "If a part of Naraku is still alive, that must mean..." While according to the Google Translate result, Moroku just says, "If a part of Naraku is alive."
嫌な予感がします。
In the English version, Moroku continues with, "I have a bad feeling about this." Which is also what the Google Translate result comes out with. Alright.
宇津木が奈落の四魂の玉を持って行ったって桔梗が言ってたけど
In the English version, Kururugi says, "Kikyo said that Utsugi had taken Naraku's shard of the Shikon jewel." While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "Kikyo said that Utsugi had taken the Shikon jewel from Naraku." Once again, not stating that it's a shard that he took, but the Shikon jewel, the big-ass fucking chunk.
ええ、 それさえも奈落の陰謀のような気がしてきましたね。
In the English version, Moroku responds with, I think it was part of Naraku's plan. While according to the Google Translate result, Moroku says, yes, even that seems like a conspiracy from Naraku. I don't know if conspiracy is the right word here. Contingency, maybe? But the Deep L translation result has Moroku say conspiracy. One moment. I mean, based on the definition of conspiracy, the translation's not wrong. The definition being a secret plan, so Naraku's secret plan, or using the translation, seems like a secret plan from Naraku, or the act of plotting, like, yeah, okay, conspiracy technically works fine, it just feels weird.
面倒なことになったね。
Oh, uh-oh. There we go. In the English version, they decided to kind of... Another interesting line for Sango? In the English version, they had Sango say, what a pain in the butt. But according to the Google Translate result, Sango saying, this has become a mess.
どうやらこいつはおめえだけの問題じゃなくなったみてえだな。
Let's see here. In the English version, InuYasha says, it looks like this isn't just your problem anymore. Which is also what the Google Translate result came out with.
ええ、四魂の玉が絡んでるとなれば、私たちの問題でもあるし。
In the English version, Kagome says, yes, if the shard of the Shikon jewel is part of this, then it's our problem too. While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, yes, if the Shikon jewel is involved, it's our problem too. Again, the Japanese version not saying a shard of the Shikon jewel.
そうじゃな。奈落の企みがあるとしたら、なおさらじゃ。
In the English version, Shippo says, if Naraku's up to something, then we have to find out what he's up to. While according to the Google Translate result, Shippo says, I guess so. This is especially true if Naraku has some kind of plan in mind. I very much preferred the Google Translate result from Shippo here compared to the English version.
みんなありがとう。
I don't need to translate that. That's just Kururugi saying, everyone. Thank you.
もう水臭いわよ。
Again, that more from Kagome, I feel could be her just kind of pouting a little, pretending to be upset. In the English version, Kagome says, be honest with us next time. What the hell is this she's saying? Both translations make no sense. What the hell? I don't really know what to make of the translation. Because both of them are saying something about smelling like water. What? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? In that case, I just go with what the English version has. Kagome saying, just be honest with us. In the English version, Shippo says, so, what are we going to do now? Which is also what the Google Translate result comes out with.
じゃあまずカササギの町へ行って庄屋さんに妖怪退治の報告をしなきゃ。
In the English version, Kururugi says, first, we should go back to Kasasagi Town and tell the headman that we've destroyed the demon. While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, well, first I have to go to Kasasagi Town and tell the village headman about the yokai extermination. After all, Kururugi did promise. Although, you could swap the first I have to first we have to better line up with the English version. But Kururugi saying first I have to shows Kururugi taking responsibility. Like, I'm the one that agreed to it, so I need to go let him know. And hey, everyone's back. Let's just... nope, not that. Do a little bit of reordering. Because screw you.
帰り討ちにしてやる。
来い。くたばりな、飛来骨。よし。
サンゴさんかっこいい。わっ。
No, don't run. So I don't want to potentially waste everyone's turn and potentially crash the bloody game.
成敗いたしましたな。
And then the fastest way out should be just going to the right.
I まだ気づいていないぞ。おし。くらえ。鬼神結晶。もらった。
ナイスイヌヤシャ。はい。やってみる。乱れ打ち。
聞いたかな。
はい。燃え盛る炎よ、裁きの灯火を照らせ。やったぞ。まあこんな感じだろう。
Oh yeah, easy way out. Good. And with that, we're gonna go for one more quick break. And we're back. Now, instead of going back to Kasasagi Town, since we now have everyone in the party, Tenmoku, if you're still here in chat, you might be a little interested in this. Because it might give you some ideas for something. If this is the event that I think it is, which it should be. This one's more Kagome focused, but yeah, it's exactly what I thought it was.
この種、星の形してる。願いでも叶うのかな。
In the English version, Kagome says, "Huh? The seed looks like a star. I wonder if it makes your wishes come true." I don't know if it's supposed to be seed. We'll find out. No. According to the translation, it is. According to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, This seed is shaped like a star. I wonder if it will grant my wish.
何？どうしたの？
In the English version, Kagome says, What? What happened? From the Google Translate result, Kagome says, What? What's going on?
なんて綺麗なんでしょう。この種のせいかな。あれ？あの星は。
In the English version, Kagome says, Wow, how beautiful. Is it because of this seed? Huh? What's that star? Well, according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, Oh my, how beautiful. Could it be this species? Ah, that star. The translation saying, could it be this species, I think, is trying to imply the species of plant that the seed is supposed to be from. Kind of hard to make out, considering the English version, she mentions the seed. The DeepL translation is not any different, so I can only assume she's talking about the species of plant the seed is from.
あの星座、InuYashaみたい。
In the English version, Kagome says, That constellation looks like InuYasha. Which is also what the Google Translate result comes out as. That constellation looks like InuYasha.
流れ星。そうだ、願い事しなきゃ。
Or I could take it as a rewording of that constellation. It looks like InuYasha. In the English version, Kagome then says, "A shooting star! I have to make a wish." While according to the Google Translate result, she says, "Ah, a shooting star! Yes, I have to make a wish."
まず、犬夜叉があの星のようにずっとずっと輝き続けますように。
Let's see. In the English version, Kagome says, "First of all, I wish that InuYasha will shine forever like that star." While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, "First of all, InuYasha will always be like that star. May it continue to shine."
なんちゃって。
In the English version, Kagome says, "What did I just say?" While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, "Just kidding." I feel like this is an interesting differentiation between the English version and the Japanese version. With the English version having Kagome say, "What did I just say?" very much feels like, again, the English something I've mentioned before, it feels like the English version is trying to push the, I'm going to say, quote-unquote, canon pairings that Rumiko Takahashi set up for the story. Because, again, like, a lot of the interaction between Kururugi and the original characters during the whole Minamo Village stuff, the English version very much tries to play favoritism towards the pairings of the original story. Because in the English version, Kagome says that, like, very solidifies Michiru into a friend zone in the English version. Because she ends her thing of her thoughts between InuYasha and Michiru that he is a good friend. But from the Japanese version, it ended that Kagome says Michiru is always there for me when I need someone. I'm so glad I found him. Whereas from the Google Translate result, if this is accurate, if it is supposed to be Kagome saying "just kidding," it's very much the Japanese version not really trying to stick with the official pairings, even though back in Minamo Village, from the translations, Kagome outright told Kururugi that she's in love with InuYasha. But because of events that happened from Asagiri Island onward, in the Japanese version, it very much is, as far as Kagome is concerned, making her doubt her feelings and pushing her towards Michiru. So this difference is a little interesting.
あともう一つ。
But of course, we're not done yet. In the English version, Kagome says, "Oh, and one more thing." Which is also what the Google Translate result has.
もうおしまい？一番大事なお願いが残ってたのに。
See, it definitely does seem like they adjusted things a good bit from what I've seen. It's so odd how things are so biased to the canon ships when it wasn't originally like that. Though her saying "just kidding" had me cracking up. Yeah. I mean, if you got this before the Minamo Village event, it would absolutely line up so much better. But it's so much funnier if you get this after the Minamo Village event where she says that she loves InuYasha, so saying this and then saying that she wishes InuYasha to shine bright like a star forever, and then just kidding is just like, damn, you pivoted so hard from him. In the English version, Kagome here says, "What? It's already gone. But I still have my most important wish to make." While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, it's already over? My most important wish was still left.
でもま、いっか。このお願いだけはお星様に内緒でも。
So Kagome still has a wish more important than her little joke one. In the English version, Kagome says, I guess it's okay. I'll make this wish even without a shooting star. While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, but, oh well. Please keep this wish a secret from the stars. What wish did Kagome make? Who knows? Up to you to decide. Now then, we've got 4 more sets of seeds that we can plant. Or 4 more events. One of them we haven't found yet. But, let's see. Which one to plant? I need to double check names real quick, just to see if I got them. Okay. Looks like I did that one. That one's definitely available. Are you here? No, it looks like I got you already. This one? Okay. I need to double check the facts list. And actually, depending on how much time I have, I might be able to go for another one. Let's see. Do I have those? Yes, okay, I do have that. Okay, so I can go for the pink. I can go for the gold. Or I can go for the... Oh, wow, the lime green. Okay. If I go for the... You know what? Screw it. We're going for gold. We're going to go for the gold one. Because that one has my favorite event in this entire game. Making sure I got it right. Gold with... Let's find that hot spring dew. Where is it? Which one is it? Which one is it? This one? Looks like. Hot spring dew. Alright. We're going for it. Turns out we don't need 30 fights for these. We apparently need just under 20. Because, when that event procced, I only had, like, 18 fights registered. I thought it was 30 per, so, we're gonna go check back in with the headman. And then we're gonna spend some time doing some fights. I just need to get this back to where I need it in the English version. There we go. Oh, no! That's what I get for not looking. I think you'll appreciate this event I'm trying to go for too, Kenmoku say. Like, it is by far my favorite event in this game, and it is exclusive to Michiru. Kagome does not get this.
Oh, 倒してくれましたか。さすがだ。
See. Definitely keep an eye on it. That's so interesting. Yeah, so there are a total of 9 mystery field events. 5 of them are shared between Michiru and Kagome because each of them focuses on Shippo, Sango, Kagome, InuYasha, and Moroku. Although in Shippo's, Kagome and InuYasha are involved, and in InuYasha's, Kagome is involved. But both Kagome and Michiru have 2 mystery field events that are exclusive to them, from the Gold Seed and the Rainbow Seed. Kagome and Michiru also both get the Rainbow Seed in very different ways. Kagome can get it very early in the game. Kururugi can't, and Michiru can't get it until late game. But let's see. In the English version, the headman says, "You killed him! What a relief!" While according to the Google Translate result, the headman goes, "Oh, you managed to defeat him! Amazing!"
あなた様ならきっとやってくれると信じておりましたぞ。
In the English version, the headman continues with, "I knew you could do it." While according to the Google Translate result, the headman says, I believed that you would definitely be able to do it." Feels like he is pushing it a little hard, but okay. I mean, then again, also considering before, the headman compared Michiru to Buddha.
ささ、これは感謝の印です。
I guess you could say he's like, oh, they're like praise you to high heaven or whatever. In the English version, the headman says, "This is to show my thanks." While according to the Google Translate result, he says, "Well, this is a token of my gratitude."
ありがとう、庄屋様。
That's just Kururugi saying, "Thank you, headman." And it's a fair bit of cash.
しかしこうマジに礼を言われると気味が悪いぜ。
Let's see. And also notice, unlike the previous times when Kururugi was offered reward, they just accepted. They're like they've stopped being so modest and humble. Kururugi's like, okay, yeah, like, even though I needed help from my friends, I did what was asked of me. So this is very much a situation of Kururugi being like, no, I did deserve this. I accepted the task, and it was completed, even though I had help. The previous 2 times were like, Kururugi didn't feel like they did anything because technically, story-wise, InuYasha put in all the work. The second time was like, I just don't know if I should, even though it's as an apology. For here in the English version, InuYasha says, "But it makes me feel weird being thanked so much." While according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, "But it's kind of creepy when someone thanks me so sincerely."
いいじゃないか。感謝してもらえるのは悪いことじゃないよ。
In the English version, Sango says, "Whatever, it's not a bad thing to be appreciated." While according to the Google Translate result, Sango apparently says, "Isn't that fine? Being thanked isn't a bad thing." Although, considering the Japanese text ends that first bit on a period, I think it should be... I do think it should be... That's fine. Being thanked isn't a bad thing.
そうですな。お前も善行を積んでいれば、そのうち慣れますよ、犬夜叉。
In the English version, Moroku says, InuYasha, you'll get used to it. As you do more good, the more you're thanked. While according to the Google Translate results, Moroku says, right, if you keep doing good deeds, you'll become one eventually, InuYasha. I think the implication here from Moroku is that if InuYasha keeps doing good deeds, he'll eventually become good. Otherwise, instead of starting with right, it should be that's right. But here's an interesting thing. The thing with Japan's culture when it comes to yokai and kami, there really isn't a difference between them. They're both... kami and yokai are technically the same thing. The only thing that's different between them is whether they're revered or not. That's why the kappa, which was originally known as an absolute terror that would shove their fist up your ass, or that would drown you underwater and then shove their fist up your ass, were revered as lesser kami because it's believed that kappa saved an entire town from a drought. So, I think what Moroku's trying to imply here is that if, like, the more good InuYasha does and gets praised for it, he could eventually get elevated to the status of kami. That might be what the translation is trying to get at. But that just might be me putting in something that isn't really there, and it's just Moroku saying, the more good you do, like, the better of a good person you'll become.
いちいちうるせえな。それより、うつぎを追うぜ。
In the English version, InuYasha remarks, oh, shut up. Anyway, let's go find Utsugi. Well, according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, it's so annoying. Rather than that, let's go after Utsugi.
うん、そうだね。でも、宇津木の居場所はまだ全然分かってないんだ。
In the English version, Kururugi says, yes, but we have no idea where to look for Utsugi. Well, according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, yeah, that's right. But we still don't know anything about Utsugi's whereabouts. I do think I could reword that to, but we still don't know anything about where Utsugi could be.
うつぎがそう簡単に居場所を漏らすとも思えないし。
In the English version, Kagome says, I don't think we'll be able to find Utsugi very easily. While according to the Google Translate result, okay, the Google Translate result got a bit weird. Apparently, it has Kagome saying, Utsugi is not so easy to grow. I don't think I'll give away my place. I'll try the other translator real quick. Okay. The Deep L translator is a little bit better, but still broken. But using that as some assistance, I think the translation from Kagome should be it should be Utsugi won't be Utsugi's not so easy to find. I don't think he'll give away his location.
楓おばあちゃんの口ぶりじゃ、桔梗も宇津木の居場所を知らないみたいだったよ。
In the English version, Kururugi says, "From what Kaede was saying, I don't think even Kikyo knows where Utsugi is." While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "From what Grandma Kaede said, it seemed like Kikyo didn't know where Utsugi was either."
しかし、宇津木が何を企んでいるのか、急がなければ。
In the English version, Moroku says, "But we must find out quickly what Utsugi is planning." While according to the Google Translate result, Moroku says, "But what is Utsugi up to? We must hurry."
そうね。
Let's see. In the English version, Kagome says, "Yes, you're right." While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome apparently says, "Yeah, well..." Although I do think I'd be fine with it, with the translation for Kagome being, "You're right, but..."
とりあえず、宇津木に関わった人に聞いて回りましょう。
In the English version, Kagome says, "Anyway, we can talk to all the people who have had something to do with Utsuki."
今はそのくらいしか思いつかないもの。
In the English version, Kagome says, "That's all I can think of for now." While according to the Google Translate results, Kagome says, "Right now, that's all I can think of." So, we need to find people who've dealt with Utsugi. The only people we know of are Kikyo, who doesn't know where Utsugi is. The village headman would have been the only other person who's seen him, but nothing was brought up. The only other person who we know who has seen Utsugi. Gee, I wonder who that could be. Gee, I wonder who that could be, I say while looking at the story quest marker right above Ayame Village. Anyway, I'm gonna make a quick safety save. Just in case, because there's a bunch of events on the map. And I don't know if going for the Mystery Field event might cause issues. Let's find out. We just need about 15 to 20 fights. And this is the first area in the game where we can get encounters, so easiest way to do them. Let's just force these fights. And since they're incredibly weak, they'll be a lot easier to clear.
お前たち、覚悟しな。
なんか寒気が。どうってことない。はい。
Yeah, because they do like no damage.
頼む、式神。
And we're strong enough at this point that our regular attacks can just one-shot them. So that's just the fastest way to do this. Yeah, I could use the multi-target normal attacks, but the animation for them takes a bit. So it's just faster to normal attack them. Alright. Let's just try to burst through this. Anything else this way? Nope. Well, fogs, best way to get fights because they're forced encounter. Kind of. It's easier to force them.
Yosh. 頼む、式神。やったぞ。
よし。もらった。
However, if all of those overworld events disappear when I leave this place, I'm gonna reload the save. And, well, we won't be doing the Mystery Field event until way later, so I can get those other events done. Also, I'm an idiot because I could have just done a save state instead of a hard save, so I may have screwed myself over a little bit. We'll find out. Trying to go for my favorite event and just watch me completely wreck myself for it. Damn it, Shippo! Fine. I'll waste the energy. Waste the energy, waste the time. If Roku ever goes first, though, I'm absolutely using the wind tunnel to just clear the fight. Let's see. Well, all right.
Yosh. 頼む、式神。やったぞ。来い。どけ。よし。よし。
お願い、当たって。それ、やった。
You know, it would have been a lot easier if I just went into the area and then left to see if that got rid of the events. God damn, I'm such an idiot. Because I might be wasting time for absolutely nothing. Because if those events disappear, I ain't getting them back. And I'm too deep into the area already to backtrack. Alright. Moroga's right here. I could just wind tunnel them. Get out of here. Please don't screw me over.
弥勒様は強いな。
成敗いたしましたな。
I hope this. My goddamn hindsight kicking in. Telling me I'm a goddamn idiot. If I did end up wasting time with this and it causes the events to disappear, I'll just call the stream. And then I'll cut it out of the VOD. Fingers crossed the things work out. I hope so. I hope so. Because if those events disappear, one of them has the rainbow seed for Michiru. So if that disappears, I can't get it. Come on. Uh-oh. Well...
InuYasha様。まあ。
Come on. Not doing that fight just in case. Alright. Ship blows into it first and the energy. Just blow them up. Huh. Okay. Well, let's see if they disappeared. Okay, thank God they didn't. Thank God they didn't. So we got one more run. But now I'm worried if we watch the event from the mystery field, if they will disappear. Because, speaking of Kagome and her rainbow seed, it is very weird. Because the first time it appears, or the first time you can get it, is when the first overworld event appears, which is the Suzumi Village Drum Festival. The event for Kagome is in Kaede's village, but it does not have a marker. It is a secret event. And it's only available while the other overworld events are active. If you go to Kaede's village, go to the screen where the mystery field event is, and trigger a conversation with Miyoga, you get the rainbow seed. But then when you leave Kaede's village, the event in Suzumi Village is gone. So, I'm a little worried if that's what'll happen here from watching the Mystery Field event. Because if that's the case, then I've screwed myself. But in that case, we can also watch the event twice, technically. We can watch it at the end of this stream, and then again next stream. After we've done those events. Because next stream is not going to be focused on story. I'm going to say that already. Next stream is going to be focused on the event and getting the last of the Mystery Field event stuff. Just so I have everything covered from when I did the English version. In that case... Actually, let's just see if this does enough damage anyway. Here we go. Well, I found the event in the on my English version of the stream. That's 15. I wonder if that'll do it, but let's push a few more on our way out just to make sure. I am just absolutely mashing the progress button just to get the hell out of here as fast as I can. He's just doing the same thing over and over again right now. Well, we should be almost done, because this is Fight 17. Based on how the, Sky Blue Seed went. When I only had 18 registered fights. Yeah, no, it should be enough to get out of here. Come on. Get that fight. Screw it, just give it to Sheppo. If nothing else, this is the best thing Shippo is used for. Grinding out fights from the earliest area to work on the mystery field. Because you can just get rid of them all with his fire bombs. Alright. Yeah, no, screw it. Just get rid of them.
し。
Let's force one more. Just for a nice even 20. And then we'll see if I got the event. If not, we're gonna need one more run.
お前たち覚悟しな。
And then I'm gonna question why the last Mystery Build event went off with only 18 fights and not 30, like I thought for the English version.
燃え盛る炎よ。怒りの刃となれ。 やったぞ。
どけ。よし。
ほらか。おりゃ。
うん。えいや。よし。 成敗いたし
Alright, let's get out. Alright. 20 fights. Save, just in case. Because if somehow watching the event gets rid of all the other events on the world map, then I can just reload the save. But, yeah, event's done. Alright. Here we go. Let's see what happens in the Japanese version of my personal favorite event.
Zuibun 白い葉っぱだな。まるで紙みたいだ。
In the English version, Michiru says, "This leaf is really white, almost like paper." While according to the Google Translate result, Michiru says, "The leaves are so white, they look like paper." Hello, my friend. So nice to see you. This old man is Kakuryusai. Although the English version, for whatever reason, decided to shorten his name on the text box thing here as Kaku, which, okay. In the English version, he says, "I finally found it," which is what he says in the according to the Google Translate result. But according to the Google Translate, his name comes up as Garyusai, which okay, whatever.
どなたですか?
I mean, he says his name in the event, so we'll see what it is. In the English version, Michiru asks, "Who are you?" While, according to the Google Translate result, Michiru's reaction is a, "Who are you?"
おお、これは失礼した。わしはガリュウサイという絵師でな。
Oh, it is Garyusai. Why did the English version call him Kakuryusai? What? Okay. In the English version, he says, Oh, excuse me. I'm a painter. My name is Kakurusai. According to the Google Translate result, he says, oh, that was rude. I'm an artist called Garusai. I need to save that for myself.
諸国を旅しながらこの紙の葉を探しておったのじゃ。
In the English version, Garusai says, I've traveled all over looking for this paper leaf. While according to the Google Translate result, he says, as I traveled around the world, I took these leaves. I was looking for them. I don't know if the translation should have him say traveled around the world, considering the state of Japan at this time. But according to the Deep L translation result, he says traveling to different countries. So maybe I honestly don't know if I'd accept that. Again, all things considered. I think I'd rather take as I traveled around the country, I took these leaves. I was looking for them. Or I've been looking for them. Actually, I think for the translation, I'd have it as I travel around the country, I've been looking for these leaves. I think that sounds a lot better.
紙の葉
Hold on. What do you say here? In the English version, Michiru says paper leaf? Okay. So that is what the Google Translate result comes out with as well, paper leaf. So, going back to Garusai's previous message, or previous dialogue. Let's see. I would change the translation to, as I traveled around the country, I've been looking for these paper leaves.
その葉は絵を描くにはこの上もなく良い代物で。
In the English version, here, Garusai says, yes, this leaf is excellent for painting on. According to the Google Translate result, he says, the leaves are for painting. It is an extremely good thing. Again, I feel like that needs to be rewritten or reworded. The DeepL translation result doesn't get any better. I do think... I don't know if I'd say if... actually, yeah, no. Translation result from Google Translate, I'd have it reworded as, these leaves are extremely good for painting. Or, these leaves are... yeah, no, these leaves are extremely good for painting.
さらに、その葉に描かれたことが現実になるという伝説まであるのじゃ。
In the English version, he continues with, and there's a legend that says that anything that's drawn on this leaf will come to life. While according to the Google Translate result, he says, furthermore, what is written on the leaf will become reality. There's even a legend about it. I feel like it needs to be reworded. Okay. The Deep Bell translation is not too bad. To reword this, I'd have it as, furthermore, there's even a legend that whatever is painted on the leaf will become reality.
書かれたことが現実になる。
In the English version, Michiru says, whatever is drawn will come to life? But according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, will what is depicted become reality? I think could be reworded to, what is depicted will become reality? Or... yeah, no, depicted makes a bit more sense, because you could apply that to drawing as well, not just painting.
あくまで伝説じゃ。
So, anything drawn or painted on these leaves may become reality. I wonder. In the English version, Garyusai says, it's just a legend. Which is also what the Google Translate result comes out as.
そうだ、ガリュウサイさん。
In the English version, Michiru says, Kakuryusai. While according to the Google Translate result, Michiru says, That's right, Garyusai-san.
残りの葉全部あげるから、僕の頼みを聞いてくれない？
In the English version, Michiru says, I will give you the rest of the leaves, but will you do something for me? While according to the Google Translate result, Michiru says, I'll give you all the remaining leaves. Won't you do me a favor? Which I think should be reworded to, if I give you all the remaining leaves, would you do me a favor?
え？本当にくれるのか？よかろう。どんな頼みでも聞くぞ。
In the English version, Garyusai says, You're really going to give them to me? What can I do for you in return? So Kinmoku say, what do you think Michiru's favor is regarding these leaves? According to the Google Translate result, Garyusai says, Oh, are you really going to give them to me? Okay, I'll do whatever you ask. Not too sure.
ああ、こんなもんかな。
Well, here's a hint. It apparently involves everyone. Because this is also the only event in which everyone in the party is fully involved. Not even Kagome gets one like this. She has one that involves her, Songo, Kagome, and Shippo, and the other is her, is Kagome, Moroku, and InuYasha. In the English version, Garyusai says, does that look good? While according to the Google Translate result, Garyusai says, well, that's about it, I guess.
あとは伝説を信じるかどうかお前次第じゃ。では。
In the English version, Garyusai says, now, it's up to you to believe the legend or not. From the Google Translate result, Garyusai says, now, it's up to you to decide whether you believe the legend or not. Well then.
伝説？何のことだ？
In the English version, InuYasha asks, a legend? What's this all about? Well, according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha asks, legend? What do you mean? Which I think could also be reworded to, what did he mean?
何か書いてたね。見せて見せて。まあ、素敵。
In the English version, Kagome says, what did he draw? Let me see. Wow, that's awesome! While according to the Google Translate result, she says, he was drawing something. Let me see, let me see. Wow, it's lovely!
ほほう、見事なものですね。
This was Michiru, the favor Michiru asked of God Yusai. In the English version, Moroku says, that's amazing. While according to the Google Translate results, Moroku says, oh, that's impressive.
そっくりだね。
In the English version, I can get to it. Come on. There we go. In the English version, Sango says, it's an exact likeness. While according to the Google Translate results, Sango says, it's exactly like us.
なんか照れくさいの。
In the English version, Shippo says, oh, go on. While according to the Google Translate results, Shippo says, it's kind of embarrassing.
なんだよ、俺にも見せろ。
In the English version, InuYasha asks, what? Let me see. According to the Google Translate result, he asks, what? Show it to me too.
いい記念ができたな。あとは伝説が本当だったら最高なんだけどな。
In the English version, Michiru's inner thoughts are, I've gained a wonderful keepsake. It would be nice if the legend is true. While according to the Google Translate results, Michiru's thoughts are, it's a great memory. Now, if only the legend were true, it would be the best. Michiru's favor of that he asked of Garyusai was for a group picture of himself and his friends. Because he'd like everyone to stay together, to be together. But considering there's only the one, it's very likely Michiru kept it. And given the end of the story, well, who knows? Also, this, I I did use this to try and estimate the height for Michiru compared to everyone else. Because based on their official height, Kagome is 5 foot flat, Sango is 5'5", and both Moroku and InuYasha are 5'6". There are a few instances of CGs that have Michiru with the other characters, but it's really hard to gauge his height compared to everyone else. And with this especially, it is also difficult because Moroku, InuYasha, and Sango are pretty much shoulder to shoulder, and and Michiru is directly behind InuYasha and Moroku, which would make him seem a little bit shorter at a distance. So I think Michiru's height should be about 5'5", so around Sango's height, or maybe somewhere between 5'5" and 5'6", so between Sango and InuYasha and Moroku in height. That's just something I was fucking with in my own time, because there's no stated height for Michiru or Kagome. But also, given on the character select screen at the start of the game, Kagome is displayed as being a bit shorter than Michiru. I would not be surprised if she's supposed to be like 5'4", 5'3". But that is my favorite event. Before we plant another seed, what happened to the other events? They're still there! Thank God! Thank God, it was not for nothing! Really, really good event. Like I said, it's my favorite. I absolutely love it. But to close off, we're going to plant the next seed, just so that we have something to work on next time. Let's see. Since I don't have the rainbow seed right now, I can do either the crimson seed, I think? No, that's not the crimson seed. I can do either the pink seed or the lime green seed. I think I'll do the lime green seed. Let's double check that it's the right one. Young green, sure. And you go with... Uh-oh. Uh-oh! No, lime green is not the one I needed! Whoop! I got close on that one. Where the hell's the crimson seed? Seed 9. Yeah, whatever. Which one was it? Okay, no, I did get the crimson seed. What? So, okay, which ones do I have then? It's not the lime green seed that I need. Oh boy. Well, pink seed, I got that one. Is it the lacquered seed? No, it... wait. Maybe? Maybe? Shit. Which one? No, that's silver. How about this one? Okay, that is the pink one. The lime, green, pink, silver. So I do need the pink one. What are the other two then? Oh no! Oh wait. No, what? I apparently did that one. I just did the sky blue. Wait, no, I didn't do the sky blue? I thought that's the one I did. Huh. Hold on. Okay, apparently I did not. Oh, right, because I needed the mystery soil for it. Okay. Screw it, let's open up with the pink seed. Oh, no, I need to double check. So I'm an idiot. So I'm an idiot. This one is, yep, pink seed with, which fertilizer did you use? Sparkling weeds. Okay. This one, I think. Yep. Okay. And that'll be it then. At least we were able to get my favorite event for the end of the stream. Next time, instead of continuing the story, we've got 3 overworld events to do. One in Road to Suzume, one in Botan Village, and one in Minamo Village. Minamo Village will be the one I grab last of them. And then after that, we're going to be spending the stream getting those last 3 mystery field events before we continue on with the story again. But until then, this has been Yasha Guardian. See ya.